Yeah, oh yeah, she likes a man, not a little boy, gotta have a plan. Yo, he's not unemployed, got a couple grand, and he's always got a way of staying in command. Oh yeah, and he likes a babe, trying something new and she's not afraid. Dressing up all cute and she looking great, and she know how I do almost every day. Step one, have a little fun, yeah, we're here to live, not here to run. Step two, find someone cute, cause we all deserve somebody new. And step three, make a memory, down a couple beers and drink heavily. And step four, no regrets, just enjoy whatever happens next.
There'll be one thing on my mind. Oh, when the sun goes down,
yeah, let's go.
when the sun goes down tonight,
Yeah,
there'll be one thing on my mind. Oh, when the sun goes down,
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go. forgot it.
I do think a lot of it comes from scrims, right? Because even in the, like, we're really happy to play DSG, but then also scrims haven't been going super well. So, and then Contracts last week specifically said it's going to be a banger based on what their scrim results have been. So I do think there is this weird perception around Shopify, which is why I actually do think they are better than people think, because they're not a clean team.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to say, this is technical.
Here's the technicality coming.
There we go.
If we're judging it based off of the strength of their opponents, they have had really easy opponents.
Yes.
Like the week 1, even though they earned this from split 2, 3rd seed played 6th seed, they played Dig. And then they played DSG.
Yeah.
And since Lion, we've established, is not the second worst team, they probably played the 2 worst teams in the league.
I would imagine
And
so.
they still managed to drop a game.
True.
But I will say DSG is better than we think. So that one,
It comes full circle.
I'm willing to give them credit for beating DSG.
This is literally why I think they're worse. Because anybody that's going to be like, I'm from Europe or I'm from China, I'm going to take a look at the schedule to see where the teams have landed. Oh, Shopify Rebellion is, basically have not lost a series. They must be pretty good. Don't watch the games. Don't watch them. Because then you think that that's where you come in and think they're much better than in reality.
But I would also say, like, in the past with this team, we've said they play to the level of their opponents.
That is true.
Because they'd actually struggle against the bad teams, and then they'd play really well against the good teams, and that's how they ended 3rd.
That is
because they beat them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So
this is like the IG of 2018.
it's a big.
Oh God.
But the longer they can keep the bad teams picking them, the better.
Interesting comparison.
We have a squirrel meme for this, apparently.
Yeah, what is this?
Ooh, I'm interested in this one.
I half remember the pitch for
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Yes.
This is them.
They're playing dead for their opponents. This is Shopify Rebellion. They're
They're like,
intentionally
"Look
looking
at
bad.
us. Look at us. We're so bad, guys.
Such a pathetic team. Please
Surely
pick
you guys
us.
want to pick us. Like, look at us. Of course you would want to pick us. And then they get to
I wish I could teach my dog how to do that. That'd be a really funny party trick.
Why do you want your dog to try, like...
So, like, flop, and that'd be funny.
Choke himself with the broom.
I think your dog is anxious enough.
Okay, let's look at the schedule real quick, and then we'll talk about some of these matchups. First matchup today is going to be Shopify versus 100 Thieves. Second matchup is going to be Fly versus Lion, which, I really hope Gakos gets to play a game so the people that are starting Gakos in hopes of exploiting and getting
cheating
Whippo
fantasy.
end up losing points. I really hope that happens.
I pray for them.
To all those fantasy abusers. But
you guys are really.
I'm really mad about this. Every other fantasy sport in the league, if you start a substitute who doesn't play, you get 0 points. But true, not this one.
Someone in
One of my
chat called the
friends-
first series a dirty banger. I've heard a clanger. A dirty banger is crazy.
An Astro banger, as Toby would say.
That's a good one too. I like all of them.
I think
be fair.
I think there's going to be a lot of action, and I think we could potentially have some long games.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see 100 Thieves return to split 200 Thieves.
Whoa! Today?
Today,
Miraculous.
against Shopify Rebellion. I think all of
Why is
Shopify
that?
Rebellion's games are very messy.
Yeah.
I think 100 Thieves, and we're going to get to this in a little bit, but this is just so top of mind for me right now because we're talking about fantasy, and I've loaded up on 100 Thieves players.
You have.
Yeah, because
Wait,
their
really?
value's low. They're going to do well. I'm going to get a larger roster at the end of it. But I feel like there was definitely a team there that was losing confidence, and I feel like they probably put a lot of the blame on Sniper.
Yeah.
So just having Dokla starting today, spoiler alert, Dokla starting today for 100 Thieves, is going to unlock those players to not have someone that they're like worried about or paying extra attention to. They're more going to be able to play their own game, and I think it's a honeymoon period. Anytime that you change a player that you think is a problem, whether or not they are a problem, the team is going to see an immediate boost, and I feel like that's going to happen today for 100 Thieves.
I am
The stage is set.
inclined to agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the note, though, of 100 Thieves versus Shopify Rebellion, we're going to talk Shopify and Azael. He's in the back with Contracts to talk about this next match.
Hello, I am here with Contracts ahead of the matchup against 100 Thieves. First of all, I wanted to ask you, how did you feel about 100 Thieves actually selecting you guys as their opponent?
I mean, I wasn't too surprised, honestly, because, I mean, people always have this expectation that we're kind of like the worst top 4 team, so, it's time to humble them, so it's fine.
So you're feeling pretty confident then, based off that?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to be kind of like looked down upon, to be honest. It always is easier to play as the underdog as well, so, it'll be fun.
So speaking of underdogs, one of the top laners over there was one of your former teammates back on an underdog NRG roster where you guys won together. How does it feel playing against Dokla, and kind of what are your expectations of seeing him back in the LTA?
Yeah, I mean he's been out of commission for a while, right? They kind of brought him back as a little saving grace, but I gotta show Unk, what's up.
All right. Well, best of luck to you today, and thanks to you all. Back to the lounge.
Oh no, leave the uncle alone.
Or Unk Dokla.
Yeah.
Uncle
I know.
Dokla.
God,
So,
out of
okay,
commission.
recap what happened for those of you who weren't paying attention last week. 100 Thieves had brought in Dokla as a top lane positional coach.
Yeah.
But they announced that he's been added to their roster as a sixth man, and wham, he's the starter.
There he is.
So
Six-man roster.
They said sixth man, feels to me like fifth man currently.
Yeah.
Because he is in the starting roster right now. But I do want to talk a little bit about Sniper's performance because he's a player that I think we're all very fond of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do we feel like has happened with Sniper so far this split?
Yeah, the big thing to me with Sniper that's kind of sad is like, I think when he came into the league, I had my expectations set by the NACL guys, right? Where it was like, okay, he's gonna come in, he might not look good right off the bat.
Yeah.
But then he did, right? He had a lot of confidence going in, and I felt like the team backed up his, backed up that confidence and backed up a lot of the picks he wanted to play. I thought this was interesting hearing from Surdy last week, where one of the things Surdy was talking about was how he lost and then regained his own confidence about the kind of player he wanted to be. And it felt like Sniper was kind of torn in two directions where, in my opinion, there were certain things he had to learn, right? Certain fundamentals, especially on anything where he was going to have to be a front line. But then it seemed like it slowly, as the seasons went on, especially post Aurelia performance, it felt like they really, really peeled back on his kind of signature, more aggressive play style.
Sure.
And I do feel like something there was lost, even when there are certain fundamentals that he did have to get better at as a player.
And even in Rivers' interview with Neyman, he kind of referenced Surdy and also like Sniper in the same way, being like, hey, if you're a rookie and you come in, you're gonna be basically, quote unquote, a victim of like a lot of feedback coming your way.
Yeah.
Like through a lot of either your coaches, the players around you, feedback will be flowing your way, and it's going to be hard. And honestly, this is me now kind of paraphrasing, being like, to parse through that.
Yeah.
And it'll get you down, and you'll play worse, and you'll lose confidence. Like losing confidence is the worst thing that can possibly happen to you. Where it's like, yes, it's good to take in that feedback from other people, but you don't want to lose yourself and your strength. You don't want to lose what has made you so good. Because when you first came in, to your point, like solo kills were coming through. Like he was a very good Aatrox, bruiser. Like if he had the Riven angle, you can play the Riven. I think they played to his strength quite well, and he was like feeling himself. Like he is an emotional-based player. And so when things started to go down, you really did feel like he was playing a lot more cautiously, so the strengths were not there, and now the weaknesses were amplified.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was getting a ton of solo kills back in these days. He was super energetic in interviews. He was emoting a bunch on stage.
Yeah.
But we ran a stat last week that I wanted to run again, which is just like his solo kills by split had actually decreased every single split.
Yeah.
Up until now, where it's only one solo kill in all of split 3. It's just strange, man, because I know that especially younger players can lose confidence so easily, and I do feel like it is a snowball effect in this case.
Yeah.
Just because, and again, in this case, I haven't talked to like 100 Thieves coaching staff. I haven't reached out to Sniper as of this juncture, but just like, I do feel like there was an element of his teammates getting frustrated in his mistakes, and then him hyper-analyzing on avoiding those mistakes, which would then make him not play as well. And then also I heard that they had then started like, what if we just put Dokla in for a few games? But if Dokla just inherently dies less and is better at the things that they're particularly angry at Sniper for, other people are going to end up playing better as well. You're going to win a bunch of scrims, and that's going to exacerbate the process to kind of go down this negative spiral.
Yeah.
And I just like something I believe beyond Sniper is a little bit off with 100 Thieves. Like even the drafts that they've been playing, like we've been seeing Quid on Victor and control mages rather than on more aggressive things where him and River can take over the map. We've seen FBI not play as well on team fights. So everyone on that team has been distracted. We also know 100 Thieves as an organization. Like, everyone on that team knows that's their last split together. So that inherently is also going to make you play, even if you acknowledge it or not, you're going to need to play more for yourself than for the team, because if you don't look good, you might not have a job next year. So I feel like all these things are combined, and it's really hurt the team, and Sniper is the first one that takes the fall for this, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like he has been the lightning rod of criticism, and I think it is also just to kind of tie all this together, especially with the feedback point that I know River was bringing up, is that I think it's such a tricky balance when you have a player like Sniper who is coming in and it's like, I play carries, I play bruisers, I really want to stomp my lane opponents. Like, he said this on day one, right? And you don't want to take that away, because that's actually really good to have. But then there are certain fundamentals that he had to learn, and it seems like they weren't able to find that balance.
I agree, but also I'll also say I don't want this to be like a full pity party, like nothing this Sniper kid could do. Like he was playing worse. He didn't improve on the things they wanted him to improve on, and then he also regressed on the things that he was best at. So there's a level of personal accountability that would need to be here as well, that I hope he's able to rectify to make it back in the league, because I love watching Sniper play.
He's so fun.
I loved watching him play in 2024. He's not currently, to me, not the quality of player that he was when he came into the league. So he needs to figure out what made him great back then and try and change his play.
It's nice to see him playing more solo queue now, and I think there's another additional element that is the visible part. It's like when you see 100 Thieves banning like Rumble on both sides throughout the entire year,
split.
like an entire, basically exactly, right? You're like, ooh, definitely in the offseason you want to see a player work on that, and I think that now we're starting to see that. So hopefully now you're in 6-man roster, things can get together for that one, and we can see him in a better light.
Absolutely. Enough about Sniper for now. We have Dokla playing this week, and Azael, he's on stage to talk with a new player.
I'm here with Dokla ahead of your return to the LTA. How does it feel to be back?
Well, first of all, it's not a return, it's my debut in the LTA, because I left the LCS, so it's my debut here. It feels very exciting. I'm very happy to have this opportunity again. I didn't plan it to happen, but nevertheless, I'm excited for just to play.
You didn't make the call as the coach? I'm subbing myself in.
I didn't tell my jungler to pass by every game and then to sandbag. No, that didn't happen.
Okay, fair enough. So you're playing against some of your former teammates, which is pretty cool. I just interviewed Contracts, and he said, and I quote, "I'm gonna have to show Unc what's up." He said you've been out of commission for a while. How are you feeling about that?
I've been in commission. I probably have the most games played out of everyone here. So I've been in commission. But yeah, it's exciting to play against my former teammates. I'm definitely gonna look out for Contract and Pavlovax. You know, if I have a killing on them, you know, might be worth burning my flash or giving a bounty or something. You know, it's just a mental advantage. They're very emotional players, so if I can get in their head, that's all it takes.
Fair. I have seen that you've been grinding solo queue. You have like 1,200 games or something like that. Garen, your most played. What's up with all the Garen there, Dokla?
I had a phase, you know. I had a Garen phase. I'm proud to admit it. I had a Garen phase, and then they nerfed it. Like right when I was having the most fun ever. You just go full crit, just hide in the bushes, one-shot everyone, and then they nerfed it. It's good. Darn you right, yeah.
We're gonna have to get Freak on that. Thank you very much for the interview. Best of luck with the games, Dokla.
Also.
A Garen phase!
Bring Garen back.
Bring him back.
I mean, vibes are high.
Yeah.
He's carrying himself with a lot of energy. He's got to be real excited to be in here right now. We got more.
You had something you wanted to point out here.
Yeah, just take a look at that picture over there when it comes to me. That's not me. That's not me. This is me. That's not me. All right?
Did they just Photoshop?
He needed to clear the air. We're all clear. Dokla, not his body.
Right, they just photoshopped his head onto.
Wait, we need to bring this back.
I need to see the picture again.
What's so funny? There's no way that's him. What's really funny is he was drinking a coffee. He was like, I don't normally drink this, and it was this oat milk double shot vanilla syrup coffee.
What the hell?
Like, dude, there's like 350 calories in there. He's like, what? I had no idea. I'm like, sugar-free syrup, almond milk or fat-free milk is going to cut it way down. He's like, wow, that makes sense. So he's working on the leanness as well.
He actually is. Yeah. That is insane. That is a crazy thing. That he brought it back.
That's so funny.
He's like, no, you're not cutting off the
we need to
camera.
bring it back, guys.
So yeah, there it is. And I think the biggest element too is, yes, as we bring up the fact that Golden Glue providing the additional context for the roster change, You can read it, like tremendous resources, competitively and culturally. And the main thing that I got from that interview is that he plays a lot. He's not out of commission.
He always has.
1,200 games so far. He is somebody that does grind, and he shows it all. He streams pretty regularly.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think he plays a lot. He also should be better at those fundamental things. This is, in case people are wondering, this is how long Dokla has been playing and how long he's been around. And I did want to kind of point this out in the context of himself, and then also for anyone kind of looking ahead to Sniper. He has been kind of in and out of the league several times. His return to CLG and NRG, culminating in kind of that title, was absolutely huge for him, right?
Yeah.
Coming back out, now he's going to be going up against those former teammates in his first match back, which is very fun. But I think Dokla is someone who's been around for a really, really long time. And I also think they can really rely on his experience in this game coming in, because again, with certain stuff, specifically I'm thinking of frontlining and positioning in team fights, he should just already be better at those fundamentals, and those seem to be things they were kind of really working with Sniper on.
Yeah, and in the post from Golden Glue, he talks about the added flexibility. Dokla is a very flexible player. Sometimes he needs to get chained down by his coaching staff when he starts talking about Vayne, Varus top, wanting to play range top, but he'll play Sion and other aspects of the game. He's a very flexible player, so I'm interested to see how he does on a 100 Thieves environment that is just generally a lot more free to kind of say, hey, I want to play this pick. All right, maybe let's try and draft around it. If he tries to go out of the box.
Yeah, and that's a small point about 100 Thieves drafts that I know you already brought up, Jat, which was we did see them going for more of these front to back, slower paced almost drafts, specifically in that first TL series, which I thought was really, really interesting because that wasn't necessarily, even putting the Sniper thing aside, that wasn't necessarily what got 100 Thieves here, right? They were a super heavy, skirmish-focused team to the point where all their drafts were so individually focused on their players.
And I don't know what 100 Thieves we're going to get today, because if we think to the year and a half prior to this, where they've been overperforming expectations, it felt like they were the team that was able to bring a carefree scrim energy to stage, and then they'd beat people because they'd be taking these hyper confident fights and outplaying people. I feel like they've generally lost that confidence. Now, vibes do seem to be a little bit better. I'm thinking they can get this back. My predictions in this, I'm a bit bold. I'm going 2-0 100 Thieves. Which is bold considering they get to win a game in split 3.
All right.
I'm all in here on the honeymoon phase of bringing in Dokla and the strength of schedule buff that Shopify has been getting with all of their wins coming against DSG and Dig so far.
Yeah, I mean, even in the chat, Low Master J, no judging on your name. But also, he commented on the fact that Dokla looks really happy.
He does.
So that honeymoon phase, they're going straight to the Bahamas. I think they're flying high on it. I gave it a 2-1. I think it's going to be a competitive series. I think both these teams are going to be scrapping, but I think 100 Thieves are going to be able to at least play and perform a little bit better. But we have one naysayer.
Emily.
Yeah, it's
who
me.
also thinks Shopify is better than you think.
I just stick with Shopify. I think they are a very messy team, but I also do especially a lot of the things I've been seeing out of them early with contracts still being willing to go for these really early aggressive ganks. I always love to see that. And yeah, I am sticking on the Shopify better than you think, because I also think this is a match that they really, really want to win because of the kind of whole pick thing, right? Because I feel like if you're perceived as the worst team and therefore the best team to pick, I think it kind of gives you a little bit of a chip on your shoulder.
I think it does too.
I can totally see the honeymoon phase period for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I would say Seos, just an aside on Shopify, Seos and Contracts have worked better and better together. I feel like the longer that they've been teammates, I feel like that jungle support synergy has been really strong. That's what's been a little bit missing with Ayla and River. I feel like they had been very good last split and they haven't really connected that much this split. So there's a lot of unknowns. This is a matchup that I'm actually very excited for, mainly because 100 Thieves threw down. A lot of people expect them to pick Lion. They picked Shopify instead. So there's immediately going to be a little bit of a charge. And we have the Dokla versus former teammates angle. I like everything that we have going on.
There's so much there. When you do the pick and play system, this is exactly what you envision. This is a team making a call saying, no, I do not care about your standings. I do not care about what you were doing prior to the split. I am picking you. And you know what I don't care about? What any of y'all have to say. Start the damn show. Be gone with you.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. It's week 3 of Split 3, and it's time for the final week of our pick and play phase. After this one, we'll be moving on to the next stage of competition, but we've still got 4 best of 3s to resolve before we get there. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael here for this one, and we're about to watch Shopify Rebellion go head-to-head with 100 Thieves to see who's better here today.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. 100 Thieves obviously is struggling so far in this split, but Dokla has arrived, and it's going to be cool to see how they look with Dokla. A lot of confidence in the 100 Thieves boys to get the win here today on the lounge. Multiple people predicting that they would win, and Jad even predicting that they're actually going to 2-0 them.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. And while they are on kind of opposite ends of the spectrum as far as the records are concerned, you always have to take into consideration the people that they played. 100 Thieves had some really tough opponents, so that obviously does play into things. And they're going to have an opportunity here to right the ship somewhat.
All right, let's go ahead and see what we get here as we hop into picks and bans. For game number 1, it's Vi, Aurora, and Yone. Banned out by Shopify. Double mid lane bans here alongside a jungler. On the other side, it's Varus and Pantheon. I feel like this is just kind of the name of the game for red side bans these days, like Pantheon, perma-banned on red side. Varus also a very popular ban, although sometimes he does still get through.
Interesting, though, it is going to be Azir, and so Talia is up and available if they want to go towards it. But yeah, Pantheon and Varus feel like they are just absolute perm bans. Sometimes the third ban is flexed around a little bit, but there is a lot of consistency there, and it is going to be a first pick Annie coming through here for Palafox. So feels like his job is going to be more, acting as the neutralizer. I am kind of assuming here you take point and click CC, you just kind of try to lock it down some of these playmakers on 100 Thieves and make their jobs pretty difficult.
All right, 100 Thieves, what's it going to be here? Okay, Yunara. Locked in, first and foremost, they are going for the AD carry. That's what they want for FBI.
It'll be interesting to see what the pairing is with Yunara, because a lot of people have been liking Enchanters in solo queue alongside it, but also things like Braum and Taric are very effective, with the Yunara also. So there's a lot of different options and pairings, and I feel like people are still kind of figuring that out as Yunara hasn't been around for that long. But they're going to be pairing it alongside the Wukong. So both, I think, just a strong engaged physical damage jungler, but also I think a pretty good takeaway when you're already seeing Annie over on the other side. Generally, the comp is going to send it, right? Like, Annie kind of only does that one thing. So, you flash, you Tibbers, that's about that.
All right, that's the game plan. That's how we're going to play some League of Legends. But the Xin Zhao and the Gwen locked in alongside it. So we've got the classic AD jungler paired with double AP solo lanes for the side of Shopify.
And now we're going to find out, is Dokla going to grab a counter pick for top lane right here? Or, will we see a mid lane counter pick for Quid? I do think with Dokla just making his return to the stage, you want to prioritize him in draft and make sure that he's feeling comfortable, right? He hasn't been playing in Tier 1 for quite a while, it feels like now. And so they are going to give him that counter pick. Quid will have to drop his pick till later in the draft. And so it is, ADC picked in the first round for 100 Thieves versus the mid lane pick for Shopify. So you can kind of expect to see the opposite targeted, in bans. Very likely 100 Thieves could throw some AD carry bans if they're concerned about that at all. And you would expect to see Shopify throwing out some bans towards Quid to deny any of the picks they think could be pretty annoying. Instead, it's going to be Poppy, though, which I actually think is pretty interesting. They are worried about Seos playing Poppy support. It would be very effective into the 3 champions that they had already drafted.
Yeah.
But of course, Poppy support isn't that popular, so this does feel like it's a bit of a nod to what they've been seeing from him in scrims.
Exactly, right? Like the Steadfast Presence, super powerful against Wukong and Jax. Obviously, you're only going to get value against Yunara once she's in her ultimate form with the dash on that one. But again, every team fight, she should be in her ultimate form. On the other side, though, the Galio banned away by Shopify. Rebellion, again, what you were talking about is those opposite types of bans compared to the roles that were drafted in the first stage. And Lucian will be the ban here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so double bot lane bans kind of as expected. Galio, I think, makes a lot of sense when it's double AP soul laners, and also when you have Jax versus Gwen, 2 champions that really like to side lane. Yeah. And Galio is a champion that can obviously affect those side lanes, swing it in the favor of the Jax. And that last ban is going to be Alistar, interesting enough. So taking away some of the potential engaged supports, but again, there's just so many that I never really feel like these first game fearless support bans do that much. Because it's like, okay, you can still go Rakan, Leona, Nautilus, you know, like Rel. There's a ton that all are fairly interchangeable. It is going to be the Rakan, so obviously some of the trade-offs is just kind of like where the strengths lie. Rakan has a weaker, earlier laning phase, but does have more powerful kind of like explosive engage. So that does feel like the trade-off that they have made. But now, Shopify have the opportunity to pick their entire bot lane, seeing both the AD and support. So if they want to play for the bot lane 2v2 and pick an advantageous 2v2, they have that opportunity.
And I really want to see how much value 100 Thieves ends up getting from the last pick mid laner when their opponents picked mid as the very first choice of the entire draft. There has to be some value here beyond just, I'm picking this into Annie. Otherwise, I'm not buying why you saved it for last.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I agree. I mean, unless they think that Rakan is so high prio and was going to get taken away, you are kind of giving up the bot lane 2v2 because you're giving double counterpick over on red side. So it is going to be Corky Rel. Definitely a powerful 2v2 here, which I think will be pretty difficult for FBI and Ayla. They're going to have to play this pretty defensively. They're just going to be looking to farm, not really fight unless River is down there. And since River's playing kind of like a farm to 6 style jungler, I think they really are just looking not to fight whatsoever. And my guess is it's just going to be something that outranges Annie. You know, people like to go like Ori and Victor, and it is going to be Ori. Does pair well with the composition. So I feel like it's less about, I'm going to slam this guy 1v1, and more about, I'm going to round out this composition. You have Ori pairing with Rakan and Wukong. So lots of ways to actually enter and get that shockwave off very, very easily. And it still is one of these champions that just outranges the Annie and can be very difficult for Annie to lane into. As I said, we had been seeing a lot of Victor, but Ori's pretty popular too. You just kind of try to harass the Annie every time Annie is going for these CS. Yeah. People do have some kind of tech around that where a lot of the Annie players would start E level 1 and just walk you with E and start autoing you to kind of force you to hit into it. So you're kind of taking that return damage from the E. And so there are some little tricks and so on. It's not like if you're just going to get completely blown out by an Ori, but you do expect the Orianna to have a CS advantage, to kind of have that push advantage as well, and to pair really well with the team. So both teams, honestly, pretty strong drafts. I do tend to favor, I think, what 100 Thieves have, as long as we don't see Shopify getting ahead early, but they definitely have the advantage in the 2v2 on bot side, and they have the advantage in the jungle early as well with the Xin Zhao.
So 100 Thieves have been off to a rough start here so far in split number 3. Where specifically do you want to see them focus early on in this game if they're going to correct that ship and start turning things around?
I mean, I really want to see Quid and River get going, because I feel like they kind of had been the shining stars of this team for a long time. And I feel like that duo has lost a little bit of its luster this split. We haven't been seeing those explosive performances that we had been expecting. Even just last split, people were talking about Quid as a potential, you know, MVP candidate, as someone who, if he can have those really good games, could get up towards the top of those votes. River fighting heavily, but this is a bit of a spicy level 1, because B-Boy and Fudge are both there.
Yeah, River does not want to go any further forward. Quid throws the ball over the wall to find a little bit of vision there in the brush. But okay, no more. Junglers just trading a couple of auto attacks back and forth. But before the game, all of 100 Thieves were chatting about Dokla's photo.
When did they take that picture of me? In a 100 Thieves jersey.
It's you and Vic's body, I'm pretty sure.
Is that?
I think so, yeah. Dude, look at that.
Let me see, let me see.
Nah. What is that, ref? How can they do that? Look at me. Dude, I look so small. Holy shit. That's a Chris Photoshop.
Handsome, too. You actually look more handsome.
No, man. What are you saying? No way.
Right, Nick, if you look more handsome.
Hold on. We already got some violence here at level 1. Shopify Rebellion is on the board. 100 Thieves were too busy looking at Dokless Photoshop, and FBI gets got at level 1.
Still debating, if he looks more or less handsome. And now I think we can say he looked less handsome because FBI just got first blooded.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not a very handsome thing to do.
You can't be as handsome when you're dead, and FBI is exactly that.
With
he even
CS,
lost
by
the
way.
flash.
Yeah,
doing it.
He didn't get a single CS, so I thought that this 2v2 was going to be rough. I thought that they would have to play on the defensive side of it. I didn't think he would get first blooded, losing his flash without getting a single CS. He walks back. Usually the absolute depression buy is you come back with just, like a refillable. He didn't even get to buy a potion.
Yeah, it's 1928, brother. The Great Depression is here in bottom lane.
It's dust soup for FBI.
Yeah, we are not having a good time in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, mid lane Contracts looking to make it even more painful here as Quinn tries to flash away. But the third hit of the 3 Talon strike takes him up, and away. Shopify Rebellion 2-0.
That's tough. That is really tough. Man, Dokla, when I went over there for the interview, though, all he wanted to talk about was the photo. He's like, have you seen this, Azael? Did you see what they did? Wait, watch this. It's going to come up. And he was just going on about it.
He's traumatized. Meanwhile, bottom lane just continues scrapping.
I didn't even notice.
Well, apparently you're the only one because everybody on 100 Thieves clearly taking issue with it. But they need to take issue with what's going on the Rift here so far as Shopify is off to the races with the kills in mid lane, with the kills in bottom lane. They're feeling good.
They are. But Big Dokes, 7 CS lead, make it 8.
Okay, all right.
Not
well,
too bad.
I mean, the wave is pushing towards his opponent.
We're just going to ignore that. He's got a CS lead, Powers.
Yeah, exactly. The number is larger than the enemy number. Uh-oh. FBI in a little bit of danger here. Has to try to get away. Ayla with some quick moves to keep his AD carry healthy, but B-Boy and Seos again just establishing dominance here in the 2v2.
Yep. Definitely going to be crushing it in this 2v2 for a while. And this is not a cannon wave. I mean, they could try to base Dokla and have him TP down to catch this wave if they want, but FBI is going to elect to actually stay around instead. So there's not a jungler here. I don't think they should be able to get dove, but of course they don't know where Contracts is. So you can see how defensively FBI is positioning, and they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, Seos and B-Boy moving so far forward. If nothing else, they force FBI all the way away from the wave. They don't actually have to dive here. All they have to do, just pressure enough, get the turret plate. One more auto attack would get it. They won't quite get there, but they still force FBI away from all of the EXP and gold.
Yeah, I think that was actually really, really smart. I think they just straight up bluffed them there, as Dokla's having a pretty good trade up on this top side. So even after the wave, did crash, he was up a little bit as far as the CS was concerned. He did base earlier. TP's back with that better buy. Ayla trying his best to pick up some of this farm, but you've already lost a plate on that bot side. You're pretty far down with that first blood gold going over to B-Boy as well. So B-Boy is going to be way ahead of FBI, and that is going to be pretty problematic for Yunara, who is not exactly a utility champ. This champ is straight up damage and nothing else.
She contributes nothing if she cannot do damage. And seems like Palafox was pretty happy to be matched up against 100 Thieves this week.
Absolutely. He said they were the worst team in the league right now, which I've heard from a few players. And this was his reaction when he found out that they actually picked them. You can use your imagination, and then Poggers.
Flambe Poggers. He just absolutely, he thinks this is going to be a matchup where he can truly cook.
Up.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is dessert. Bon appetit here for Palafox.
And we'll see. I mean, good start for Shopify thus far. Definitely going to have to stabilize on that bot lane. That is the biggest concern. Yeah, Quid died, but at least it was double flashes spent. He got ganked. The 2v2 going that bad is problematic, and now 2v2 is rolling over.
Yeah, River flashing away there, still down to 300 HP. Palafox making his way over. 100 Thieves, they aren't going to lose anybody, but River now without that flash, the timing of that is super nice too for Shopify Rebellion, because River is halfway to level 6. Now you don't have the opportunity for a flash ulti once Wukong does come online. You already mentioned he's playing a farm to 6 champ. Your 6 needs to be impactful, and now you've got one less tool to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really, really tough. And that's always the difficulty when one of your lanes goes really bad for a jungler, is that lane is going to start moving around the map here. And Seos just moves in with contracts, able to push River off of that and force his flash. So nicely done by them. You know, Quid, Dokla still kind of just farming it out, but FBI is definitely the problem right now. You know, how are they going to keep him relevant? Because Corki is going to be a problem, and Dokla's just going for it.
Yeah, Dokla's going all in. Fudge in some danger here, trying to drop some needlework to get himself away. Third hit does connect, and okay, Fudge is all right, but man, Dokla is running this 1v1 while Shopify starts up the Drake on the bottom half of the map. Ayla on the approach here, as 100 Thieves are trying to at least steal away the blue buff in the enemy jungle, with Fudge being forced back. Remember, there is no teleport here on the Gwen, so it's a long walk back to lane, but the Ocean Drake's secured by contracts and Shopify.
Yeah, and we'll see if Dokla can get anything else off the back of this. I think he is just going to have to take his base, but wants to get one Demolish proc, so we will get a plate, but it did cost him his flash, right? So it's basically that flash for a couple CS denied for a plate here. Fudge did trade out his ult, but didn't have to flash on the other side, so he's going to be pretty comfortable.
Meanwhile, flash spent in the mid lane there by Palafox, trying to get away as River scraps with contracts back and forth. Both junglers on the edge of death, but it's contracts who falls, and River stays alive. Ayla reinforcing there to guarantee that Tibbers can't get one back. 100 Thieves win out in the mid lane.
Nicely done there. 100 Thieves getting something back. You know, they forced out the flash with the initial engage with that shockwave, and then Contracts came over and tried to fight it out, but Palafox was pushed back, and it is going to be pretty difficult. First LCS import in the LTA. I was like, how does it feel to be back in the LTA? He's like, well, first of all, I'm debuting in the LTA. I was an LCS player.
True.
I'm like, okay, you're not wrong.
We sent JoJo to the LEC and we sent Dokla to the LTA. The LCS is a chief exporter of talent these days.
We're sending talent everywhere, baby. Now here it is one more time. The face check going bad for Palafoxes. You get the bad news when both River and Quid are there. And then this is very aggressive here from Contracts, you know, flashing in. But Palafox not really able to get much damage down whatsoever, and Contract just barely can't finish him off. I don't think Tibbers would have killed River there either way, but Ayla does arrive with the Spellbook TP all the same, and you can see Sniper there in the background watching on. Looking pretty focused. It's always a bit of a weird position, I think, you know, when you are in a sub role, because you still want your teammates to do well, you still want your team to do well, but at the same time, if your replacement does too well, then you might not be getting back in. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird spot, I feel like, to be in. You know, you definitely want to support the boys, but at the same time, you want to be playing too.
Exactly. Looking across the scoreboard, though, still the greatest individual lead is down here in the bottom lane. B-Boy ahead by about 400 gold, but similar leads across two different roles for the side of 100 Thieves, as both their solo laners are about a kill's worth of gold ahead. It's still a very close game overall. You still have the Ocean Drake claimed by the side of Shopify here very early on, and we'll see how else they can build that lead. But right now it looks like 100 Thieves willing to contest for control over this bot side River, but not overcommit to it. Ayla jumps in for a grand entrance. Seos not going to take a whole lot of damage here as Contract is the initial target. Tries to get himself back away, but he's charmed up, locked up. Shopify trying to fight back, but River has already got the kill here on a Contract. Palafox in a lot of danger. Nice shockwave. Fetal Warfare claimed by 100 Thieves as Shopify Rebellion fall apart in the River.
Yeah, Shopify kind of walked in there a bit haphazardly, and B-Boy's pretty split. Dokla looking to get aggressive once again here. 100 Thieves just kind of collapsed on one side. They initially looked for Seos, but B-Boy was never really able to join up with Palafox and Contracts. They got kind of pushed out the side, and Quid held on to that shockwave for a long time. Didn't actually need it to kill off Contracts. Saves it to be able to grab that kill onto Palafox. Really well done by 100 Thieves.
Now Dokla's ready to fight up here on the top side yet again, but Fudge with the last cast of the needlework goes snip, snip, cuts him down. Fudge gets the 1v1 kill, but now Quid ready to get one in return. Misses the command attack. Fudge with a flash away, but Quid follows it with a nice one more command attack to claim the kill.
Yeah, not too bad at the end of the day. Dokla does get solo killed, but obviously he's going in to try to set up for Quid. Would have liked to survive, but Goes in a little bit too early, perhaps. At the end of the day, though, it was Fudge's flash, and it is a 1-for-1, so it's not bad at all there. 400 Thieves, they're going to be able to push this in. Contracts will collect the wave, but at least it's denied there from the solo laner. As we can watch this one more time. So great sidestep on the initial engage here from Seos, but then they just turn in onto Contracts, and watch Quid is just holding on to his shockwave for so long. B-Boy valks in onto FBI, but FBI is kind of just kiting out and doing a good job dodging a lot of those rockets coming in from the top side. And without B-Boy there, they just didn't really have enough damage. Contracts goes down early, and now this is that topside play. So you can see the teleport was coming in. That is why Dokla goes in. But Needlework does a lot of damage, even with the ulti and a good sidestep there from Dokla. It does not matter. He gets cut in half by the Snip Snip. And then this is Fudge, you know, trying to get some sidesteps here. But he knows when he's point blank, he's not going to be able to reactively flash to the command attack coming out. So that, I think, is why he flashes early there. But Quid able to hold on and react and gets the kill.
I mean, honestly, so far, I'm seeing a pretty significant jungle gap in this game, Isaac. You're talking about River playing a champion that wants to farm till 6. We are well past that point now. He's 2-0-1 on the Wukong, been a part out of almost every kill so far for the team. Contracts, conversely, he's on a champion who wants to be early and active and all over the map, and he's just not been able to find a whole lot of success so far. I think 100 Thieves has been doing a very good job at shutting him down.
Absolutely, and this is, you know, one of the kind of longest streaks without a win for 100 Thieves in their history. The longest they ever had was 5 losses before a win. That was back in 2019 summer. And at this point, they are 4 losses without a win here. This was actually the roster that they were playing with, where they had this like 7-man roster going on with Zaligo and Ryu splitting time, with Someday and Fake God splitting time. You know, Amazing was back on the team. That was with Bang and Afromu, so a total throwback. But to be fair, you have to look at the strength of schedule of the teams. So these are the combined records of the opponents there. So even though this is on the left, this is 100 Thieves, you can see their logo there. So the 2 teams that they played are combined 37-19 in Split 2, whereas the 2 teams that Shopify played were combined 7-29 in Split 2.
That's not very good.
So these are wildly different opponents that they did play against, and so that has to be taken into consideration. You can't just look at the records.
Okay, Fudge versus Dokla yet again. The 1v1 down here on the bottom side. Dokla trying to jump back away, avoids the final cast of Needlework. Both of these top laners down to a few hundred HP here now, and both of them continuing to fight. Flash follow there with a counter strike, and Dokla barely misses out on the kill. Fudge stays alive and stands tall.
Yeah, Seos comes in there. I'm not even sure if Seos made a difference. He did come in with the full tilt, but at the end of the day, it probably wouldn't have made the difference. Just that last auto attack needed by Dokla. He's honestly been laning pretty well in that 1v1. You know, look for that all in, but once Gwen gets Conqueror and Riftmaker going, the health kind of stops going down in some of these long trades. You can see how much sustain was in this. But this is after the re-engage, so he backs off, he waits for the Counter-Strike to come back up, and then he's going to go in for this kill. Flashes forward to follow, lands the Counter-Strike, gets the auto with the W, powered W, and then realizes, you know what, I actually can't get that last one down. And I don't think that Seos made a difference. He sped him up with the E, but didn't actually hit any spells on him. So Dokla with a little bit of a miscalculation there. Disappointing for him, but up to this point, he had been up in gold lane, doing pretty well against Fudge, who I think has been a strong performer for Shopify, both last split and this split. Fudge has been pretty impressive, so not a bad debut thus far for Dokla, but at this point, you make those mistakes and the matchup gets away from you. And it's going to be a lot harder now to be able to actually take those 1v1s against Fudge.
And that could be a backbreaker in this game, right? Like, we're talking about a game state that overall is very close. Now you have Fudge and B-Boy, who are the leads for Shopify Rebellion. 100 Thieves, their leads are River and Quid. So who's going to out-carry who is the question we have to ask, as Dokla, again, looking to put a little bit of pressure here into the Tier 1 turret. Fudge jumping in, River and Ayla coming down, but Contracts is also nearby. He'll force 100 Thieves back for the moment. The clone takes most of the damage. Flash forward from Contracts there for the last hit of the 3 Talon strike, and now Ayla's got to flash away to try to escape. Pop the quickness, again disengaging. Seo's not going to find a lot here with a Magnet Storm, but now they finally lock up Dokla, and he is chopped up. B-Boy takes the kill.
They are able to get Dokla at the end of the day here, but a lot of members were sent. FBI is getting alone time mid lane. Quid was pushing in that top lane as well, because that was 4 members bought there from Shopify. They do kill off Dokla at the end of the day, but still pretty big commitment for that 1 kill. We'll see how much more they can get, as Fudge is going to be able to take down that bot lane tower, so they do claim the first turret, and that is going to be pretty nice for them. They are very close now to those upgraded boots.
Yep. Feat of Warfare for 100 Thieves, Feat of Turret for Shopify Rebellion, and the neutral objectives also in the favor of Shopify as it's 1-1 on the Drakes. Quid tries to get away there, sidesteps, Wind becomes Lightning, so Contracts cannot catch up to him, find any sort of a punish kill.
Very nearly had Palafox. Palafox stunned him just as he landed those Shockwave, but had him down to about 100 HP, almost was able to kill him. If Contracts didn't show up, I think that Quid would have been able to finish him off. But now it is 100 Thieves getting a bit of damage down on the B-Boy and starting up this Herald.
Okay, Tier 1 turret claimed in the top side at the same time. 100 Thieves have the Herald down to 4,000. Seo's looking to step forward. Contracts and B-Boy both nearby. Contracts does not have his ulti available. Herald slain by River. He'll be able to pick up the eye. Go ahead and disengage back over the wall. Shopify, they were nearby, but they didn't have the resources to try to really challenge.
Yeah, Palafox had no TP, so even though Quid was really low on mana and quite low on health, it didn't matter because they were down that extra mana, and Dokla's gonna have to be careful here.
No, gets the stun. Fudge. Okay, he's fine. Just going back to the wave.
Yeah, Fudge not gonna actually let the Needlework go there. I thought he might have gone for the ulti and tried to chase him down in that position, but elects not to, isn't sure exactly where everyone is on the map right now. There is a pretty good ward that they actually do have on the deep by the blue buff on 100 Thieves side. And that ward has been spotting people walking out here, which may have tipped Fudge off to not try to look for that all in. But now Quid moving down. This turret was already put very low from Dokla last time he was pressuring, so now they're going to be able to knock down another tower. Quid took down that top lane tower, walks down towards bot to help Dokla finish that off. And it still is over 1,000 gold lead now for 100 Thieves in this first game.
Okay, so we have the Grubs and one Dragon going the way of Shopify Rebellion. We have one Dragon and a Rift Herald going the way of 100 Thieves, and we've got the Feat of Turret and the Feat of Warfare already on different sides. That means this next Drake is going to determine who gets the bonus power of the boots of the feats overall, and it looks like it's 100 Thieves to start up the Drake with control of the bot side Rift.
Oh, Fudge is just going to TP out of there, so now they should just start this off. They're not even going to contest, they're just going to give it up for a tower. So not feeling like they're in a position to actually be able to fight here. But it does mean you're going to lose the mid lane tower, so you're going to lose your last outer because the Herald has been sewn up. You're going to lose the Dragon and the feats. Yes, you will get a tier 1 tower top eventually, but doesn't feel like the best trade here for Shopify. So we'll see if they can actually pressure more. But I mean, Dokla's already up there to cover the tier 2, so I don't think that they're going to get a second tower or anything like that.
Yeah.
And 100 Thieves, at the end of the day, I think they're going to be very happy with how this has gone.
I mean, it's one tower for one tower with a bonus of Drake for 100 Thieves. Yeah, you're happy about that any day of the week, especially when it earns you the feats. You've got the extra movement speed there in the boots, and 100 Thieves, still, it's not a huge lead so far in the game. 18.5 minutes in, about 900, maybe 1,000 if you have the right timing on the creeps there when you look up at the snapshot of the gold. It's not huge, but it is a good sign for a team that is still yet to claim a win.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we'll see for Shopify's side if Fudge can kind of be a difference maker. You know, he has the biggest lead on the team right now. B-Void, despite that amazing start for him, they weren't really able to keep FBI that down. You know, yes, he is still down a couple hundred gold, but it's like after getting first blooded with 0 CS and then getting zoned off the tower later, I would have expected it to be a larger advantage. You know, I would have expected it to turn into more. So good job by 100 Thieves to be able to actually mitigate that loss and, you know, keep FBI relevant because it definitely could have gotten away from them.
All right, Quid is going to take care of the wave down here in the bottom side. Shopify Rebellion does have 3 men around the area, but because Ayla is also hovering, it means there's no opportunity to find any sort of a play. Otacon is going to be spawning here in about 30 seconds, but I don't really think anybody's going to be rushing that one super fast here in this game. Dokla putting in some quick work on the tier 2 turret up here. The top side flashes the energy banner, a favorite in the hearts of many a North American fan, as Dokla does take out the tier 2, but now B-Boy has arrived. Dokla trying to get away, drops a ward over the wall, leap strikes to it, flashes another energy, and hops away like he's playing against G2.
Man, that's some Giga Chat energy right there.
I love it.
Right in the face of his former teammate, takes the tier 2 down, gets 2 members responding to him, solo gold on the tier 2, walks out without even having to use a summoner, and now just like that, he's tied it up in gold once again. And I gotta say, yeah, some of these little plays haven't gone the best for Dokla, but overall, he's been pressuring non-stop. It feels like he's always on his opponent's side of the map. He is looking for aggressive angles. So even though he is 0-3-1, I feel like he's playing a decent game. It's kind of fun to watch him come in and be confident. I feel like a lot of players, after some time away, are very hesitant to actually make mistakes. And Dokla's looking for plays, looking for solo kills, and trying to play aggressive.
Big Dokes is ready to go, and 100 Thieves is ready for the Otacon. Shopify Rebellion bringing some manpower down here, but they're going to have to make their move pretty soon.
Dokla's
Teleport ready to arrive, but immediately Dokla is ready to greet Palafox as Shopify tries to engage down here on the bottom side, but River has already cast the Cyclone. Contracts again, just melted before we can do anything meaningful here in the fight. River with a second cast of the Cyclone puts some pressure on a B-Boy as Fudge is about to die. 200 Thieves looking good in the fight. Quid goes on a killing spree. It's a 2-for-1 trade across the map so far for the Thieves. Seos tries to get away, a double kill back over to Quid. He stays alive for a moment, but B-Boy cleans one up. B-Boy trying to be the hero here for Shopify Rebellion, needs one more auto attack. Phosphorus Bomb gets a triple kill for the Corki as he finally dies. It's 4 dead bodies on both sides. A bloodbath around the Otacon.
Yeah, that was a crazy fight, and 100 Thieves going in a 3v2 with very low health bars. Seos landed a double shattering strike as he falls, which sets up B-Boy to get the triple. That was massive there, because it looked like it was going to be 100 Thieves fight. It looked like it was going to be their Otacon. It looked like it was going to be their everything. Seos on the initial engage was good. Quid here is kiting back, and that TP had been intercepted by Dokla, so he pushed out Palafox completely. It was at this point that I was thinking, okay, this is looking really, really rough. But then Fudge flashes forward with this Nip Dip, is able to actually take down FBI. And then watch Seos on this re-engage here. The double stun on both of them. The crashdown gets interrupted, but that double stun sets up B-Boy. Yeah. He finds his moment, falcons in, is able to eventually get that triple kill, flashes out to Phos Bomb to finish it off. Yes, he does fall, but what a fight there. And a great job by Seos to really even the scores, because you could see Golden Glue thought, okay, we just need to get this one kill. We finished Fudge. It's our fight. But just like that, turned around.
I mean, we were talking about how, yeah, B-Boy got this insane start. He had the level 1 kill. His opponent is stuck with 0 CS and dead, and then it doesn't actually mean a whole lot. That right there, that's the payoff you're looking for. That's where you want to see that Corki shine.
Round
now
two.
B-Boy super far ahead, 1,500 gold ahead of FBI on the Yunara. However, the greatest lead in the game is still Quid, 2,000 up compared to Palafox, and it's 100 Thieves starting up the Otacon. They've already got it down to 5,000 HP. Teleport coming in, 100 Thieves immediately decide they do not care about the objective. They only want the fight. A lot of damage done to Fudge. He's already dead as the fight continues. The second cast of the Cyclone is death for the second solo laner of Shopify Rebellion. 100 Thieves having a great fight so far. FBI wants to get away from contracts, and he's the last man standing on the Rebellion, and 100 Thieves will put that Rebellion to rest. A triple kill to Quid, and 100 Thieves make him look silly.
Man, that turn onto the teleport here from Ayla. They spot the teleport coming in, and they're just going to stand on him, pop the ulti, so it's instantaneous that you are charmed up. There's no way to react to that whatsoever. He gets burst down in a hurry. Palafox, who had lost his flash on the last play running from Dokla, also gets knocked down, and then it's really only B-Boy who can do anything, but even he cannot stop them. Quid is so fed now. They get the Otacon. He gets a triple kill after already being 2K ahead, and they're going to grab the Dragon. It feels like 100 Thieves now are on the precipice of claiming their first win, and the Shopify coaches know it.
Yup, you could see the heartbreak in the reactions there. The game was so close for so long. We were looking at maybe a 1,000 gold lead for, what, 20-plus minutes of gameplay? And now, 100 Thieves has completely shattered that. 3,000 gold ahead. They're on sole point in terms of the Drakes. They are up almost 20 flowers, which is about 2,000 gold extra for the team in terms of effective stats.
Yep, exactly. And they have the upgraded boots, right? So even more, which makes it really, really tough. And yeah, they're up 2.6K right now. But Quid has a 3K gold lead in mid lane. This guy has his Mage Eyes purchased up. He is working in towards what I assume is going to be a death cap. Was already on 2 items plus the upgraded Merc Shreds. And with that Archangels, he's pretty tanky, plus those tier 2 Mercs. So very difficult to actually burst this guy down. And it feels like if you cannot do that, you are really going to struggle to take the fight. On Shopify's side, it feels like it's going to need a perfect engage and an amazing fight from B-Boy.
I'm thinking maybe Palafox shouldn't have said flambe poggers coming into this one. I'm thinking maybe there's a little bit of a difference here in the mid lane in game number 1, as Quid's Orianna is the X factor here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a little bit of a mid diff so far. I mean, he did blind that Annie and has kind of been relatively ineffective, I would say, on the pick. has been moving around, trying to find some plays, but hasn't really been able to get much, and especially in the team fights, has yet to be able to find that big engage that you're really hoping for when you are playing that Annie. It is definitely difficult when you're trying to walk up and potential to just get CC'd and burst down. And in that previous play before the earlier Otacon start, the fact that he got TP'd in and caught, like both of those fights were kind of decided a little bit by 100 Thieves finding the ward that they're TPing to and stopping it. Because on the previous play, Doka was just sitting there waiting with the counter-strike. When Palafox arrives, he immediately has to flash away. Then on this play, Fudge TP's in, and he is immediately killed off as he arrives. So Shopify not with the best TP locations.
And I love the fact that 100 Thieves is immediately making those calls, because I feel like a lot of the times when we see one of our teams that's struggling, that's been losing a lot of games in a row, a big reason for it is indecisiveness. The inability to decide what you want to go for between objectives and fights, or how you want to play as a team. 100 Thieves just saying, start the objective as a means to get to the fight. Once the fight presents itself, that's what we're playing for, and they jump on it. And I love seeing that kind of aggression and team play.
And River and Quid having a great game, and this is really what 100 Thieves does need. These guys are their stars. You need them to be showing up and having these incredible performances. And it's going to be Shopify just starting the Baron here.
Okay.
Feels like it's a little bit of desperation time as they're just going to be flipping it.
It's a YOLO from Shopify Rebellion. Everybody on 100 Thieves ready to show up, though. Palafox waiting in the wings, seeing if there's a flank opportunity here. Fudge, skip and slash over the wall. Ready to try to set up some sort of a flank maneuver of his own. River ready to go in now as Palafox tries to get the engage, but 100 Thieves is ready to reply. B-Boy's about to die here at the very start of the fight. 100 Thieves staying alive so far. River putting the pressure onto Palafox at the same exact time as Fudge can't get anybody. Contract's about to lose his ulti, about to lose his life, about to lose the game. 100 Thieves run him over.
Nicely done there by 100 Thieves. Dokla had a good flank. And though the engage this time with Seos and Palafox looked promising, they still could not burst down anyone. And when you don't get those initial kills, there was just no way they were going to win the extended fight. And now you're losing the tier 2 mid. Now you're even going to lose probably the tier 2 bot. You're losing the Baron. They're pushing everywhere while taking the Baron. And 100 Thieves are just miles ahead at this point.
I feel like that's the end of it. Unless 100 Thieves make an absolutely unforgivable error, this game is too far out of reach now for Shopify. They send the Hail Mary Baron. They decide they want to try to turn it. They have the setup with Palafox ready to try to engage here, but it still doesn't work.
Yeah, I think the engage was actually pretty good on to Quid there. Flash in from Palafox, gets a W stun. Seos is there to follow. But the problem is the damage doesn't land, quickly enough afterwards. Fudge comes in, Contracts comes in, but Quid just flashes out, kites this out, and B-Boy being the first to fall, the only one with a significant gold lead, pretty much cooked it. As soon as you lose your Corki, there's not much of a way you're going to be able to fight through this.
Yeah, we're now looking at a game state where it's not, okay, River and Quid are ahead, and then it's Fudge and B-Boy are ahead. It's Fudge and B-Boy now have forgivable deficits, whereas River and Quid are a combined...
Unforgivable.
Oh, yeah, this is not forgivable in the mid-jungle. Not in game one anymore. It is almost 6,000 gold between the leads for the mid and jungle of 100 Thieves. 5-1 and 9 for River's Wukong. 7-2 and 9 for Quid's Orianna. These two just doing absolutely incredible work. Quid has not participated in a single kill. He's been a part of everything.
Yeah, Mr. Worldwide. He's been moving around, finding these plays. And it is soul time, so I wouldn't blame Contracts for just trying to flip it, go in, see if you can get it. They're going to look for Dokla.
Yeah, Contracts jumps in after the Jax, and that's not where you want to be. He's already down, and the Dragon is claimed. The soul belongs to 100 Thieves, and the game is about to go the same way. Fudge in stasis for only a moment longer. FBI is on a killing spree. There's nothing left of Shopify, man. 100 Thieves. Just throw them all in the wheelbarrow and haul them back to Fountain.
Yeah, Contracts told me he's going to show Unk what is up, but it's Dokla getting the last laugh in this one.
And there it is, the Keck W Braum at the same time. 100 Thieves know they just won the game. They'll force the wave through down here in the bot side. Tier 2 turret is already gone. Quid putting in work back over in the mid lane, but he knows they don't need 2 lanes to win this one. Contracts is going to be back alive here in about 5 seconds, but I'm thinking his screen's only going to be in full Technicolor for a few seconds if he leaves that Fountain. 100 Thieves closing in on the Nexus turrets. Contracts wants to go in, and there it is. Blink and you'll miss it. He's down again. Another ace here for 100 Thieves. as the last Nexus turret is the only thing standing between them and a Game 1 victory. Shopify Rebellion respawning, trying to scramble, get in there in time, but it ain't gonna matter. 100 Thieves, FBI is on a rampage. Palafox taken down one more time for good measure. 100 Thieves takes Game 1.
Yeah, you can tell Douglas was loving it at the end there, man. He's flexing on him. He's just spam taunting. That was a lot of fun. Lounge, what did you think about Douglas' return?
He's back.
It is.
Dokla's back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, Dokla. I missed the last KDA. 3-4-7. No, that doesn't tell the whole story. Dokla actually did apply a lot of pressure. I would say, though, River Quid dominated this game.
They did.
Yeah.
Through mid-jump.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how, okay, sometimes it's not always going to be about Dokla, right? This is what Jack
Get
is
it
saying
red,
about
man.
this
The
game.
light is bouncing. Yeah.
Boom.
Woo! But the big thing to me is I spent an inordinate amount of time on this. But yeah, the big thing to me is that they're playing like classic 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing. Like, I'm joking about this.
I can't draw human anatomy. No, I can't draw.
Is that
Dokla punching Shopify?
A monster. It was supposed to be a human being, but I FF'd out of making another human being.
Raz, you have two. Just throw the other one up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one, oh, I love this one. This is Fudge TPing in to the middle of 5 members. And this is a Samuel Kobe Hartman Kenzer quote. That TP sucked. So I love that one. That one was great.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Here's that play. I mean, this is the point Emily and I are making. Like, the honeymoon phase of having Dokla in, this is more to me. Dokla played fine. It's the other 4 players and how coordinated 100 Thieves look. There was no indecision here. Like, when they first pulled off that Otacon, it was at 4,000 health. I'm like, why didn't you just finish the Otacon? But it's because they got a 5-for-1 or 5-for-1 ace in this fight, and it was everyone moving as one. It was the same type of explosive, hand-stiff team fighting that we've seen from 100 Thieves, all split 1 and split 2.
Yep.
They just looked like a completely different team.
And the big thing to me is River and Quid working together, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is kind of the bread and butter of the 100 Thieves, and I think super skirmish heavy, really willing to get involved like early in the game. It was getting a little dicey, especially with that bot lane 2v2 initially, but River and Quid kind of dictating the pace of a lot of these team fights, really showing up at the end. Quid had insane kill participation. He had the Medjais, he had the hat, like, they were destroying people.
All game long, it felt like that. The skirmish that happened towards top side and the line bush around mid lane that they won. There was the River fight that was confusing. That, like, 100 Thieves came out completely ahead.
Yep.
These are the fights that we saw from 100 Thieves last year and during Split 1, and it was like, wait, that's exactly what we know and love them for.
Yeah, they're these really close fights. I mean, I was definitely a little scared as the one who predicted 100 Thieves to 2-0 when level 1 FBI dies. Level 3 Quid dies and burns his flash.
Yeah.
But then that didn't deter their confidence in their ability to win some other fights to get outplays. So well done for 100 Thieves in Game 1. We'll see if they can bring it back in Game 2. Also, LTA North Twitch subs, they're back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote. Bring it for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes. Subscribe to the LTA today.
Azale Nodder still freaks me out every time.
It's a good one. As we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Turn TP, can we turn? Turn.
Watch out. No flash, ult only. No flash. Good fight.
Corki is strong.
Oh,
Corki no flash. Kill me.
We have nothing.
No flash.
No wait.
Just don't die.
Kill him. Yeah.
Holy. Nice.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%.
Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Who gives you wings?
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed.
Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I think it's Annie here, or it's gonna be Gwen.
Annie is Annie. Gwen going to you.
He's gonna flash.
Gwen going to you. Can you engage both sides?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're fighting, we're fighting.
Xinjiang no flash.
Gwen has
Gwen,
W,
Gwen,
has
Gwen,
W.
Gwen.
Gwen no
flash.
Gwen no flash.
Coming.
Heal.
I'm coming behind him. I'm coming behind him. I have last one.
Roll no flash, roll no flash.
I'm coming behind him. I'll get him.
Volcano down.
Away from me.
Just don't die, don't die, don't die,
Don't
don't die.
die.
I got him.
Great. Fine.
I could kill. Dog, you need to take their far, I think.
They're giving.
What? Looks like Mexico?
And I don't think Christian types like that.
How can I know this?
Tana DeMonte.
I don't like being a chipmunk. You're just a liar.
I don't have nails. I don't have nails. Come here.
So on the board in front of you, there are 2 facts, 2 hometowns, and 2 tweets made in the past 10 years by either you or your teammates or your coach. You have a minute to match the person to the image on the board. Are you ready?
As ready as I can be.
3, 2, 1, go.
I like cooking. I heard that Purples like to cook. I'm guessing this is Purples. And I have a secret SoundCloud where I post music.
Well, I think this is Australia, I hope. Let's go. Put fudge here. So this fire was at the CLG office, so it can only be 3 people. And I don't think Christian types like that. So I'm gonna put Tanner. And I think Tanner's the only one that makes music in our team, so I'm gonna put the SoundCloud area.
I'll go with the easy one. This is easy. Brazil. And this is Australia, I'm pretty sure, so it's fudge. I can sleep for 24 hours. This can be a lot of players, I think. I'll say BY. I think BY on the off day, I never see him in my life. I think he just sleep all day.
This has to be Australia because it's not connected to anything. And I think these 2 are connections, so that must be Brazil. Right? Right. Right.
In 2013, I missed an exam at school to watch Worlds. I'm gonna assume this is Palafox or Contracts. 2013, who's older? I think I'm putting Palafox. Okay, putting Palafox. I don't know where I'm supposed to put it, but anyway, moving on. Hidden talent. I can sleep for 24 hours on my off day. That's easy. That's B-boy. I'm gonna assume this is B-boy. This guy says he sleeps the whole day.
Damonte. This one looks like Korea, but maybe this one.
What is that?
Fudge. What I know, Australia is kind of big. Looks like Mexico? Palafox?
Don't think it's 2024. I don't think it's fudge. Don't think he's playing here. I'm gonna put Seos, because why not? No, he's Brazilian. There's no way he's tweeting in English. It's gotta be Christian. I don't know.
This cat. Damonte has a cat. Christian has a cat. I think it's Christian. I just put Christian here.
The fact that none of them were certain and confident that Australia was Australia makes me a little bit concerned, Isaac.
You know, I'm not going to throw any stones because where geography is concerned, I'm in a glass house, okay?
Look, man, you're from Canada. That means you automatically know more than all of us here from America, because I actually have no idea where anything in Canada is. So when we were going to MSI and everybody told me, they're like, oh yeah, dude, it's in, where was it at?
Wait,
Toronto
you were there.
Yeah.
Vancouver!
Oh, yeah, Vancouver. I was like, yeah.
Brother!
Which, see, I'm making a point, but even I know where Australia is. So, I'm just saying, I'm on the floor, they're in the basement right now.
Yeah, fair. A new sub-basement or something.
Exactly. There's a lot of learning out there to do in the great wide world, and that means that part of it is learning where Australia is, and for Shopify, part of it's learning how to bounce back after that 0-1 start to this series. 100 Thieves looking pretty good. Yeah, the bottom lane was a bit of a snafu there early on with the level 1 going tragic, but man, it didn't really lead to them bleeding out anywhere, and they were able to establish a massive lead through River and Quid.
Yep, playing it pretty damn well. Quid and River back to their old tricks, and Doka, honestly, still pretty good debut game. You know, Fudge did get the better of him in these, you know, kind of key moments and was able to take him down in a couple of opportunities. But I just like that Doka came out and was actually playing aggressive, always had the push, was trying to threaten, trying to make plays happen.
Yeah.
And B-Boy and Seos, I do think they played quite well in that first game, but despite the big early advantage that they built, it was not enough at the end of the day. And 100 Thieves got their first win of the split, so can be pretty happy to get that off of their back, you know, not having to worry about going winless, you know, in the pick and play phase. Obviously, they had some really tough opponents, right? So if you can come out here, and especially if they can 2-0, whether it's Cope or not, you can kind of just say, everything's fixed. You know, like Doko's here, we swept, it's no problem. Like, yeah, sure, we lost those other teams, but now we're a new team. And you can kind of like rebuild some of your confidence. So I do think it would be very big for 100 Thieves if they are able to actually get a win.
Well, right now, we are getting a mid lane matchup that you almost never get because one of these champions, if not both, is almost always banned, but it will be Azir versus Yone in the mid lane for this one. 100 Thieves first picking the Azir after banning out the Lucian, Trundle, and Poppy. Shopify Rebellion answer immediately with a Yone of their own after banning out the Varus, the Pantheon, and the Vi. Maokai also locked in there for the jungle, and I think in particular, Shopify fans are going to be looking at contracts to have a better performance this game than last one because it felt like his Xin Zhao was just invisible in game 1.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I will say, to me, when I think of Palafox, I generally think of his melee champions as being some of his best ones. You know, think of that kind of like aggressive play style that they did have. His Yone is one of his highest win rate champs in Olympians with, you know, in his top 10 or so. Yone is the one with the highest win rate, 62.5% win rate, 16 higher than every champion that he has more games on. So definitely is something that he has done well on. And when you're pairing that alongside the Maokai, definitely is going to be quite effective. You have that lockdown, you have the point and click CC, and look at all this dive now, and PESSA being added in. So you can have that point and click CC from the Maokai ult that can set up for the public execution, for the Fate Seal, for all of these ultimates and follow through that is going to be there to try to dive on Quid and take him out.
And if we're talking about iconic champions, man, River on Jarvan, when this guy first joined the league a couple years back, it was just Jarvan game after Jarvan game, absolutely terrorizing the Rift, constantly finding plays, constantly creating movements. And I love watching him on this champion because he's so aggressive and he's so good at playing the way that Jarvan should be played.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, it's always been his most iconic champion. He came in, like you said, on Dig, and it was kind of like, if he wasn't having, you know, like an absolute goated Jarvan game, they weren't winning.
Does River 1v9 on Jarvan?
Yes.
If no, you lose.
Exactly. That's kind of how it felt. And I always find it so impressive when people can come in a tough situation on a team that is not winning a lot and still shine.
Yeah.
It is very hard to do. And I think that is one of the things that really made people stand up and notice River and say, hey, this guy's actually so good at playing around vision, at tracking where enemies, you know, would expect you to be, where wards are being placed. Because when your team is losing and when you have losing lanes, generally there's a lot of vision in your jungle. So you have to be so creative with your pathing at finding these avenues of attack, and that's something that River has always been so good at.
All right, second half of the bans are all potentially bottom lane carries. We've got the Senna, the Sivir, the Kai'Sa all banned away. Alongside that, Ziggs. Ezreal will be the 4th pick there for Shopify, and it's a fast double lock for 100 Thieves with the Jhin and the Bard.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. 6 bans down towards the bot laners. Plus, we obviously have the 2 from that previous game, so we are getting pushed down fairly far, but it is Ezreal versus Jhin at the end of the day. It is really hard to push 80 carries to a place where you're like, whoa, that's weird, because
unless you get to like a game 5, but we're in a best of 3
even then they're playing like Zeri and Jinx or Caitlyn or something, you know what I mean, or Ashe. Like, there's so many that, yes, you're not going to be quite on that S tier, but they're not kind of like being pushed into a weird style of play like some other roles sometimes are.
There's no weird garbage, right? We're not getting Vladimir bottom or anything like that where you're just kind of scratching your head like, wait, what's that? But okay, last pick of the draft is going to be the Alistar for Seos. So normally when we talk about how Shopify gets leads and gets wins, a big part of it that we just beat to death is Seos roaming around with contracts, these two being like the 2-man hit squad that just sets up plays, makes things happen. There's a great amount of setup between Alistar and Maokai. There is 0 damage between Alistar and Maokai. So they'll be able to show up. They'll be able to show up out of nowhere and just pummel you with sock'em boppers. It's never going to hurt. So they're going to need somebody else to be a part of that gank squad if they want to find success here.
You give them enough time, and if they're determined enough, they can kill somebody with spoonflowers.
Okay, well,
you can make it happen.
If the other guy unplugs his keyboard and sits there for 12 seconds, yes, Maokai and Alistar will eventually kill him.
And I am kind of expecting it to be AP for contracts here, because I think it's actually a game where AP makes sense because it was going to be solo AP, right? So you can actually have that poke, make it pretty annoying for people to approach some of these objectives. But that being said, I wouldn't be mad at it if he's still just going to play tank at the end of the day, because there are some pretty beefy members on the 100 Thieves side to clear out some of these saplings. And when you're approaching an objective, Joker can just walk through with the Soul Furnace. River can walk through with his W up as well. And some level 1 spice once again. Both teams kind of just scrapping back and forth actually on 2 sides as the Bard has moved in and was fighting the Alistar as well.
Summoner Spellbook here for both of our supports, so we'll get to see some hopefully creative use of those different summoner swaps. Palafox steps forward, takes a little bit of damage from Ayla, but again, nothing super serious. The junglers still having a bit of a stare down here with some emotes back and forth. And it looks like we're not going to get much more than that, as River is still trying to annoy contracts as much as he can, but it's really not going to matter. Maokai has so much sustain in the kit, you just farm up. The chickens are pretty much a gas station for health.
Yeah, it's not going to be a concern whatsoever, and River knows it, wants to just kind of have that really late ward. That's really why he's staying around there, just to drop that ward as late as possible. And there was no ward on where River is going to be starting, because that's one of the advantages that they had. That's why 100 Thieves is kind of moving out so aggressively. Bard is pushing in on one side, and they're pushing in on the other. Now Fudge gets a very late ward because they know we need to get some sort of eyes on River here. And they are going to eventually be able to find out where he is. Of course, they know that he's starting bot side at the very least.
Okay, a little bit of damage here on the B-Boy. FBI and Ayla do not want to be the receiving end of the level 1 death this time around. They are going to go ahead and use the early power of the Jhin and the Bard to force saves and B-Boy.
And I honestly am never mad at these early heals. When you just take this really early scrap, you go forward, use the heal for the move speed, try to take that fight, but the barrier got no value at all from FBI there. He wasn't actually being hit during it. Maybe in his mind he's saying, I press the barrier so you can't attack back or something like that. But I feel like you can at least hold that barrier until he turns to auto-attack you, or until Mystic Shot's about to hit you or whatever to get the guaranteed value. Not the biggest deal, but it is something. And since B-Boy is playing teleport here, you want to make sure you are dominating, the push. You have to be keeping this guy locked in. Because if Ezreal can ever get the push in this matchup, then he's going to be able to base, TP back, and kind of lane lock you for a really long time. So that is kind of the trade-off here. But thus far, utilizing this Bard as expected, you should always get the push against Alistar. Alistar level 1 is just not a champion. Like, you pretty much need level 3.
Yeah. He doesn't do anything. But all right, checking in on the mid lane here with our tri-lane camera. We're going to see this matchup with the Azir versus Yone. Again, I mentioned it in the draft. I feel like you almost never see this head-to-head these days with the state of Fearless, with the state of the fact that both these champions are so powerful. they're almost never left open at the same time, available through Fearless at the same time. But this time around, Quid's Azir versus Palafox on the Yone. Even in the past when Palafox has not been at the height of his performance, his Yone has been one of the champions that he will still pull out a really strong showing on. And I think for Shopify, that's exactly what you want to bounce back from the game one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and Palafox has talked about how oftentimes, though, if his individual performance isn't showing up, it's because he's playing for the team, right? It's because he's trying to facilitate the team or he's giving things up for the team. Well, this is not the kind of champion that you want to do that on, right? No. You know, Yone needs to be the main character. Exactly. Like, you are useless if you are not, right? You're not the champion to go down a lot of CS or a lot of gold and still have an impact here. So we want to see Palafox play for himself. You know, show us what you can get done with a draft that is going to help to facilitate you, because really it's going to be all about, can they pull off this dive effectively to take down, I think specifically Quid, but also FBI. You know, this Azir is going to be a problem if your dive is really not on point. He's going to be able to disengage with the ult, shift back to safety, and then the consistent damage there is going to be very tough to deal with. You know, any sort of lockdown comes through on the PESSA, on the Yone, and the Azir is going to make short work of them alongside the Jhin.
All right, let's see what we've got here now that lanes are switching around. B-Boy and Seos were the second swap as FBI and Ayla made their way up to the top side first and foremost. First Dragon still 30 seconds away from spawning. It's control over the bottom side River in terms of vision for Shopify Rebellion, but it's River who is around the area right now. Palafox trying to use that Soul Unbound to go aggressive towards Quid, but he misses the Q3, so immediately has to snap back, and Quid maintains control over the mid lane wave.
Yep, Quid is going to have that push going. Palafox has been able to keep up in the farm, and that's really all you can ask for in these early matchups here. But then, you know, as Palafox starts getting some more gold, you see a bit of a aggressive fight here. Looks like this should be able to back it off. As you start getting some more gold, this matchup starts getting better and better for you, because basically you can go in with the Soul Unbound, and at a certain point, Azir basically has to disengage your basic ability with his ultimate, or he just takes too bad of a trade, right? And then once he hits that point, he disengages with the ultimate. Then you can actually just go, next time your E is up, you go and you look for the full all-in with the Fate sealed. And Azir has to start playing very, very defensively at that point. Like, and you ult and then you just base, and you kind of keep having this kind of really bad pattern for the Azir. So we'll see if Palafox can get to that point, as he is now going to finally take his first base, and should be a pretty good buy as a result of it being pretty late.
Yep, he'll go ahead and grab the level 1 boots, Vamp Scepter for some sustain, extra refillable for the same purpose, as it looks like B-Boy and Seos might be in a bit of a tough spot here. Big Dokes charging in with the Scion ulti, but he misses as Seos flashes away from it. A little bit more damage as River tries to follow up. Seos taken low, but not dead just yet. 100 Thieves with a sloppy dive, completely missed the mark. And B-Boy and Seos make them look silly. FBI is going to be killed for first blood. Palafox jumping into the Yone, and 100 Thieves are regretting this decision.
Yeah, really well played there by Seos and B-Boy, but that was a mess from 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You know, the flash being used on Doka's ultimate, like, that's not Doka's fault. That's completely fine. But then you need to have your tanky members actually picking up the tower aggro after, because off of that, it went on FBI. And then FBI has his 4-shot ready, but he has to run away with the 4-shot because the tower is onto him. So Seos uses the flash. I feel like Doka should have just stayed in tanking at this point. Maybe he didn't mean to walk that far out, but then once this goes on to FBI, you can see FBI's put down to basically no health, has to walk out with the 4-shot, can't even be involved, then gets picked up off of the roam.
Oh, but meanwhile, we're right back into the fight up here on the top side. Seos surely dies here. FBI picks that one up. So 100 Thieves, they missed the mark the first time, but the second time's the charm, and they'll tie this game up 1-1.
Yeah, going to be able to get the kill in the 2v2, and I have to assume B-Boy and Seos just didn't actually base after that play. It looked like they maybe stayed out and tried to greed pushing out the wave, and then got caught because the buy was not there yet for B-Boy. He was still just on that glowing moat. They're going to double TP back to lane as Seos was able to spell book over that. And so here is the setup on the play. Yeah, exactly. This is what happened. Greed is a deadly sin. You always want to push out those waves, but sometimes you just don't get to. And when you stay around with no buy here, well, even though it got close, they know we can just keep running at you. The 100 Thieves bot lane realize even if the fight doesn't go that well for them, like, you have the buy, they do not. He was on tabbies versus a glowing moat. Ezreal just doesn't have enough damage.
Whenever I see glowing moat, I had a conversation with Kobe back when that item first got added to the game, and I can always still hear his voice in my head. Bro, that thing is ass. He does not like buying
It's the worst component maybe ever in League of Legends, I feel like.
It's 5 ability haste. It is almost entirely useless in terms of a purchase. Like, it just does not have much impact, so it definitely feels bad if that's the only thing in your inventory, as Ayla's going to feel even worse now, getting caught out. B-Boy and Seos doing the damage to make this a 2-1 game.
The moat has upgraded. It has become the sheen.
Now it's truly glowing.
Yeah, the moat has left the cocoon, and now it's flying bravely around. As Seo's looking for a dive here. FBI in some trouble. I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah, I expected you to have something funny to say afterwards.
No, dude, I didn't.
And you just hung me out to dry.
I was thinking of those silly Pokemon that are like the bugs that you find in the forest. Yeah, like the Butterfrees that are good for the entirety of the first gym, and then they're garbage even once they're fully evolved. Like, that's the glowing mode. Meanwhile, curtain call opens up. Seos and B-Boy got to be a little bit careful here, but they're turning it around rather nicely. River drops, and the feat of warfare is claimed by Shopify Rebellion. FBI's not going to get anybody back just yet, and Shopify have control over the grub pit as that first one is about to fall, smited away by Contracts. Quid looking to jump forward here with a blast cone, but that was a bad blast cone. He's caught in the middle of everybody, gets a nice shuffle backwards, stays alive. Seos barely keeping on as he walks away. Shopify still with more men in the area, maintain control. They only have the one grub, and 100 Thieves fights him off for now, but it's still a positive play for the Rebellion.
Yeah, that blast cone made me really nervous for Quid. That was not a good blast cone, as you said. Went in and ends up kind of face checking the brush. Thankfully for him, he does survive. Almost takes down Seos. There's still one grub up and available, but River is down on that bottom side. And in the meanwhile, FBI really didn't have an angle to get involved, so he just kept pushing. So was able to shove this up. The game very close, despite the couple kills in the lead for Shopify. Only 600 gold in their advantage, but they did get a grub and they did get a dragon. So you're gonna be feeling pretty happy about that. No one got. So only one grub got taken? I thought I could have sworn I only saw one grub in the pit. Am I crazy?
Nope, it's just the one grub that got taken. The other 2 stayed alive.
I guess the other one must have been angry and ran out or something.
Yeah, I think that they were aggroed for quite a long time based on how the fight went. But yeah, there's still 2 of them left alive.
So no one gets credit then, because you need 2 grubs to be able to actually get progression towards the objectives feat.
But there is still, 4.5 minutes left on the timer before the Herald is going to take over the pit. So I highly doubt that those grubs will get to see
not safe.
A peaceful end of life. It's not going to be sailing into the sunset.
Yeah. The grubs rarely get to die, at peaceful death.
Yeah, natural cause.
Exactly.
There's no such thing as natural causes for grubs.
No.
Everybody's after those
horrible,
grubs.
Really.
Yeah,
it's never surrounded by their family. Just
it's always a rough life and a rougher death for the grubs. You're born as a grub. You look in the mirror every day and you're like, damn man, I don't look very good. And then you got to get your ass beat by somebody who's way stronger than you.
You're flaming their looks too. Come on,
dude,
man.
I'm sorry. The grubs are ugly. Like in a world of dragons and barons and
cool
looking monsters.
I feel like they're kind of like ugly cute, no?
Nah, I think they're just ugly, man. Like that's.
They got.
You
come
think
on,
our grub
come on,
is
chat.
cute? No, man, that thing is ugly as sin. Look at him. His teeth are crooked. They come out of the sides of his mouth.
He's got the googly eyes,
No, dude, he is ugly. River is putting him out of his misery.
It's kind of like when a movie is so bad it becomes great. They're so ugly they have become cute because it resets the scale.
Right. It's like if something has less than
fall off the bottom of the scale and you end back up at the top.
Less than a 10 on Rotten Tomatoes is the same as more than a 90.
You know what we need to watch is the new War of the Worlds movie.
Oh, I've heard it's terrible.
It debuted on Rotten Tomatoes for a 0%.
A 0?
0%.
Okay, that's pretty bad. Let's see how 100 Thieves can debut in this team fight. That was they have control over the bot side. River Seos already popping the ghost there with the Summoner's Spellbook. And it looks like we're not going to get a fight at all. Okay, so this is not an action movie. We're still setting up the plot.
Yep, still the drama. It's the part where we're setting up why they need to fight,
Okay, all right. I can do with a little bit of narrative, a little bit of story building.
Like John Wick, when they kill his dog. Then you're fully down for him to murder everybody.
Right. We need the 15 minutes of setup and story so that we can have the hour and a half of John Wick shooting.
Yeah, exactly.
Very
fully
important.
Justified to kill hundreds of people. They killed his dog. It's fair.
Hey, that's the dog.
Fair is fair.
Crossing the line's crossing the line.
Crossing the line's crossing the line. You get what's coming.
Well, let's see if 100 Thieves can get anything here, as they are still slightly behind in this game. It is 1-1 on objective since they did get 2 out of 3 of those grubs. River is going to go ahead and start up the Drake here, but there is a ward from Shopify in the pit. They can see that 100 Thieves is doing it, and they can see that they're doing it very slowly. Contracts and Seo's going to go ahead and step up here. Contracts does have that Leandries fully completed here on the Maokai, and since Shopify has a lead, it looks like 100 Thieves is saying, all right, discretion's the better part of valor. We're not confident in this fight, and it's not worth the risk.
Yep, not going to go for anything crazy there, and we'll just give it up. But that does mean second objective. So if they can get even one more grub, they actually get...
Well, the grubs are taken.
Excuse me, yeah, they both got taken. So they will have to wait for Herald or next Dragon, but then that would be the feats of strength for them, since they did get the first 3 kills as well. And you can see Doka having the push here one more time.
All right, let's see what we actually end up getting in terms of action, because it seems like both teams are pretty happy just chilling right now, farming up, continuing to scale. You do have the Tempered Fate available from Ayla, and whenever Bard is in the game, we're talking about Rift Herald being the next neutral objective that's available. Rift Herald is far less effective against Bard if the Bard is paying attention and is in the right area at the right time, because it's so easy to nullify the charge.
It really is, but I will say the new Herald where you can drive it is slightly more effective. I have seen a few times where people, you know, look like they're going for the charge, the Bard throws down the Tempered Fate, and then they just drive it to another lane. It's hard to sometimes have the distance to get all the way there and get a crash, but can be pretty cool. But yeah, either way, Bard really effective against it. But I want to talk a little bit more about Dokla. This guy, if you're new to the scene, you may not realize how long his history has been in the scene. I think back to Dokla, on Optic Gaming, and I was joking with him. I always think of him playing York because I always liked York, and no one played this champ. And when he was on Optic, he brought it out, but was also part of course, that famous Energy roster that did win in 2023 summer. Then went on to absolutely destroy G2 at Worlds and begin a new prosperous era where NA always dunks on EU.
My hand still has a desk mark on it from that series. I was having the time of my life.
Broken Blade is broken in half. That's a great call.
I was pretty happy with it. But honestly, 100 Thieves, I'm sure they would be pretty happy to try to do a reprise of that. Maybe try to make a run, try to make a sequel, if you will. But let's see what we get out of this Rift Herald, because I haven't seen enough PvP so far in this game, Isaac. I feel like 1-3 is a pretty shy scoreline for these two teams with how scrappy things were in game number 1. And as Palafox is going to have to go ahead and snap back to Soul Unbound, as River was showing up, meant that if he gets the chance to get the engage there, Quid would obviously have the damage to follow up, as B-Boy has to Arcane Shift away, get to safety. Compared to the range of FBI, as now River knocked up in the air, goes for the Cataclysm here with a contract. FBI opens up the curtain call. River's about to die here first. He's barely getting away. The last little bit of damage finds him. A contract will also fall. Fudge jumps in the middle of everybody here with a teleport, but he's going to be contained for now. Palafox jumps in, but the fake seal does not find a target. Shopify on the run. Nice deadly flourish. Locks up the enemy mid laner as Palafox has to flash back over the wall. B-Boy disengaging too. Shopify Rebellion. They go 1-for-1 against 100 Thieves in the fight, but their health bars are so much lower. Fudge now stepping back forward, ready to scrap with Dokla. But 100 Thieves will take control of the fight.
Yeah, the health bars are a lot lower, but also they spent 4 flashes in that fight, and it was a losing fight there. The only person still with their summoner spell remaining is B-Boy, who didn't have to use the flash. We can see this one more time as they go for this initial engage. Ayla, it's a bit of a whiff on the ulti, unfortunately, for him, but he is able to come in and help to delay that kill onto River. And as Fudge arrives, again, 100 Thieves have actually marked the teleport. They turn onto Fudge immediately. He has to flash straight out of there. And then FBI is able to have a really nice sidestep on the ulti coming in through for Palafox. Flash forward from Dokla, forces a response flash over the wall there by Palafox. And it is just 100 Thieves winning the fight. They do lose the jungler, but get so much more out of this. And it's going to be tough now, especially when you are playing these all-in comps with lots of melee champs. You rely on those flashes to be able to get in and actually take out FBI and Quid. And when they have their flash and you do not have yours to follow, it is going to be really tough to contest, so they're just going to have to give up the Herald.
I mean, you pointed it out in game number 1. A big thing that 100 Thieves was doing so well was marking teleports and decisively going after them. It looks like they're doing it again here in game number 2, as Palafox finds a lot of damage onto Ayla, but not enough to threaten a kill. That was real close with a true shot barrage.
Yeah, very close. B-Boy almost took him down. And B-Boy lost his flash somewhere. So that actually happened post-fight, I think, when we were watching the replay. So,
and it's synced up with the teleport. So again, it looks like it might have been a situation where he TPs in, the flash is then spent as the TP lands.
Yeah, I'm curious what happened there.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a replay and see exactly how that got spent. Okay, here we go. Shoot minion.
Oh, probably when he tried to walk over maybe for the ulti or something like that. But yeah, Doko's in the side lane. Nice deadly flourish there from FBI. They get in, and he actually flashed the decimating smash.
The deadly flourish there was good. Back in the previous team fight, it was FBI's curtain call sniping Seos down that was able to, or not Seos, excuse me, sniping Contracts down before Seos was able to block the bullet. So good aim so far from the Jhin for FBI. As we do have the Herald summoned up, River is driving it. Driving it, kablam! Takes down the tier 1 turret, and 100 Thieves will be happy with that one.
Yeah, at least in the meantime for Shopify, we had Fudge pushing on bot side, so they got feats confirmed here as they do have those upgraded boots. He's just going to drive it over to the Dragon, and 6-man showing up here.
Exactly, but the fight has already started. Fudge isolated from the rest of the battle as Seos is knocked down to half HP, but he still has the unbreakable will. 100 Thieves turning their attention back over to the river, back over towards the Drake as they have it down to 3,000 HP. Fourth shot, going to take it low enough to smite it down. Seos gets caught out by the deadly flourish there as Big Dopes is ready to follow it up, and FBI goes in a killing spree. It's a Drake plus a kill for the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, nicely done. They actually had Seos so low that by the time he finally used the unbreakable will, he was looking pretty breakable. He was so low on health that he does just get taken down. I mean, Ayla even threw the Ignite on him early, trying to chunk him incredibly low.
It was an unbreakable won't. Seos is not walking away from that one. The Alistar drops for the second time this game, and 100 Thieves will happily stop the soul stacking. They will not allow Shopify to get to that critical soul point status. And honestly, it's another game. Remember that in game number 1, we never saw a gold lead bigger than 1,000 until about 21, 22 minutes into the game. 100 Thieves then wins a big fight. They end up taking the lead, and the game quickly snowballs from there. This game also staying very, very close for the first 20 minutes.
It is really close, but I'm kind of concerned a bit about the game state for Shopify when I'm looking over and I'm realizing, okay, it's going to be hard to get through Dokla, and then you already have the Seekers picked up early here by Quid, which is going to make him really difficult to knock down. FBI is positioning pretty far back, you know, goes for the Ghost Blade as well as the Rapid Fire, which is kind of like the stay alive type items, move fast and shoot from far away. So it is going to be tough to actually get in and get on them. And if your engage is too telegraphed, like if you're going to full send everything, flash, you know, ulti from Palafox, ulti from Fudge, everything in on the back line, as long as Ayla is on it, you can actually just defensively ult that and reset the fight off of that Bartle. So we'll see how Shopify are going to be able to actually make this work. They definitely have the opportunity to try to find that perfect engage and blow open a fight. But if you don't have that perfect engage, I do feel like I really favor 100 Thieves comp.
B-Boy is very strong right now, though, on the Ezreal, does have 100% kill participation, is at the big 2-item power spike of the Trinity Force with the fully evolved Muramana, and I feel like if Shopify wants to try to get a lead, if they want to try to force themselves ahead here at this critical juncture, it's got to be off of playing around B-Boy.
Yeah, I mean, B-Boy has just been a pretty big star for the team. You know, I do think he has been quite consistent. You know, even in their loss last week, it felt like he was, you know, a really big part of their threat to win. They did, of course, win the series, but did drop one game to DSG, and I know they weren't super happy about how that series went, despite the victory at the end of the day here.
All right, Shopify do not want to allow 100 Thieves to have total control over this
Salamino Penguino. Glorbo fruttodrillo. Tetete Saur. 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 Perochello Lemonchello. Sigma Boy. you
Joker.